Good morning, morena everybody. Welcome to this council meeting of the 26th of June 2025. I'll start the meeting by asking Councillor O'Brien for a karakia.
Morena tata. Maki whakatūwhiri tēnei o tata hui. I rau tatana ki tangata te kaihanga o tiraki ainui tata. E ho nora e kore te atua he maunga rongo I te whenua he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa amin. Ngai ai hoa he ngā kau hoki roto I tēnā o mātou whakatoa ni o tō wairua tapu. He āwhina I tohu I a mātou. Kia whai kahe mātou I ngā hua pai, ngā hua tika, ngā hua pono pāna ki tēnei tata hui. Kia tau ai he mātou te rangi mari. O tira te atua koe nei ngā whakamumiti, ngā whakakorori I tō ingoa tapu amine.
Kia ora.
O tira te whāna. Te tua ke tēnei te tukumihi a koutou katoa. Te maria ko tai mai e koutou ai raro te tūnui o te whare nei o te kauni hera o Whakatane. Nau mai hara mai, mohe ana tēnei, a mai koutou, I runga te karanga o koutou kaupapa I tēnei rā. Kei konei e mātou, e mihi ake ki o koutou I tēnei wā. O tira, nau mai hara mai, me wai hou ngā kōrero ka kōrero hia, ia koutou, ia tātou katoa I tēnei wā. A huri no tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Thank you. Meeting notices, live streaming. Welcome councillors, staff and members of the public. Council and Standing Committee meetings are live streamed on Council's website and YouTube channel. Public gallery attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast, and further information about live streaming protocols can be found on Council's website. A few health and safety notices. In case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, just behind me. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer entrance over yonder. There are no apologies recorded for the day. Does anybody have any acknowledgements or tributes they want to make? None. Conflicts of interest. Do members have any conflicts of interest to declare? No. Thank you. Public participation section. We have 3 sets of presentations today. They've been allocated 20 minutes, 20 minutes and 15 minutes, going from the Whakatane Tourism Collective, NZTA and Port Ohope Lions. We're going to stick to time. The job of the presenters is to present and make your case or deliver your information, and our job is to ask questions. So thank you very much. The first presenter is the Whakatane Tourism Collective. I believe it's Lani Hepi who'll be presenting. Oh, it's Nadine, is it? That's what I've got written down here anyway. So thank you, Nadine.
Ka te mata? Kia ora mai tātou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Minigiras ahau, and I sit here today not only as the owner of Te Ohiwa Harbour Cruises and Oyster Experience, but as one voice among many representing over 40 tourism operators, accommodation providers and hospitality across the Eastern Bay of Plenty. We are here because we were not consulted, we were not informed, and yet we are the ones most affected by the decision to withdraw with Whakatane District Council's 85,000 or so contribution to Tourism Bay of Plenty. A decision made behind closed doors without engagement and without transparency. This funding is not just a line item, it is our connection to Tourism New Zealand. Oh, where's he going? Now I lost my place. It is our bridge to international markets. It is the reason our brochures sit in eyesights across the motu, and why visitors from China, India, wider Asia, Europe and the United States find their way to our shores. It is the reason our hotels are full, our guides are employed and our stories are shared. The 85,000 or so represents just 2% 0.8% of your tourism budget and a mere 0.14% of your total operating budget. Yet its removal severs our access to a $166 million visitor economy, of which 20 million comes from international guests. More than 10% of our local workforce depends on tourism. This is not just a funding cut, it is a disconnection from the very ecosystem that sustains us. We're not opposed to change, but change must be strategic, must be collaborative, and it must be informed by those who live and breathe this industry every day. To date, we have seen no strategic plan, no transition framework, and no evidence that the Council is prepared to take on the complex role of an RTO, or Regional Tourism Organisation Operator. We're not here to fight, we are here to protect what we have built with aroha, with resilience, and with deep commitment to this rohe. We respectfully request that Council reverse its decision, or at the very least pause implementation until a full consultation process can be undertaken with our tourism sector. Until then, we will begin withdrawing our published material, our brochures, and our participation in council-led tourism initiatives, or karoa hoki. This is not a threat, it is a necessary act of protection of our businesses and our livelihoods. We are proud of our region, we want to work with you, but we cannot support a process that excludes us. Nō reira. Kia koe. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora koutou, ko Nadine Toitoi tōku ingoa. I'm Nadine Toitoi, owner and director of Kohutapu Lodge and Tribal Tours, Whirinaki Forest Footsteps, and founder of Native Nations Tracing Indigenous Footsteps. We don't have much time this morning, whānau, and I am quite known for being very straight up, so I'm going to cut to the chase. I stand here today not only as a tourism operator, but a representative of 23 businesses, tourism businesses who actively work in the international market. It's not just 23 businesses in this rohi that are affected by international tourism, however. This is a trickle-on effect into our cafes, our restaurants, our gas stations. We are a very big employer of local people, particularly out in more remote regions where employment is very scarce. 23 of these tourism operators actually signed statements to Whakatane District Council stating that they were very disappointed in this decision that had been made. I also stand here as someone who has actively invested blood, sweat, tears, and years of personal sacrifice into building a very successful business and legacy in this region. We are very clearly here because of this decision to cut $85,000 worth of funding to Tourism Bay of Plenty, severing our region's operator access to the international market and blindsiding the very operators who have skin in the game and work very hard every single day to service this entire region. I'm specifically here, however, to address the Mayoral Report that was authored by Nicola Burgess and authorised by Lenny Wolseley, which was technically due to us on the 18th of June. The deadline was then moved to the 20th of June, and we only received this report yesterday, less than 24 hours before this hui. I just want to state, whānau, that the lack of transparency throughout this entire process is unacceptable. But let's get into this report. This decision is a faulty decision built on faulty rationale. The Council's very own report, which is right here, and was written on the 6th of March, states verbatim, without an international tourism product such as Whakari, there does not appear to be a solid foundation for continuing funding to Tourism Bay of Plenty. But let's look at the factual information. On the 9th of December 2019, at approximately 2:11 p.m, Whakari erupted. And let's be very clear, we are still in mourning. International visitor spend at the end of 2019 was $18.2 million. International visitor spend at the end of year-end 2024 was $25.3 million. That's a 28.1% increase on visitor spend, more than 20% without Whakari. From 2023 to 2024 alone, international visitor spend increased by more than $5 million year on year. Not a bad return of ROI for an $85,000 investment, don't you think? So please tell me, where is the weak foundation? Perhaps the other tourism operators who work in the international market are just as, if not more, attractive to the international visitor, despite your belief otherwise. Perhaps we know what we're doing, or perhaps this is through the hard-working relationships that we have had with Tourism Bay of Plenty, because these numbers show steady growth and world-class ROI, and therefore the logic of using Whakatane to justify this funding cut is simply not credible. Number 2, contradictions, cold calls and closed doors. This report was written on the 6th of March. Just days later, on the 11th of March, I received a cold call from Nicola Burgess. No consultation, no warning. In fact, I hadn't actually heard from Nicola in years. The call was very blunt. We've decided to pull our funding from Tourism Bay of Plenty. We no longer wish to focus on the international market, and our values no longer align with the RTO. We were told that this decision was final. There would be no opportunity for input and no opportunity for discussion. Even more concerning, we now know at this point that Tourism Bay of Plenty also had not even been formally informed of this decision, as the operators were phoning them directly after these phone calls to find out what was going on. At a hui on the 22nd of May, attended by myself and a number of tourism operators in this room, which was held here at Whakatane District Council, both Nicola and Lenny clearly stated they had nothing to do with the decision, that it was decided above their heads, and yet their names are on this report. So which is it? Were they involved or not? And if not, who was? We're still all waiting for answers. We're all for making informed and rational and beneficial strategic decisions, but whānau, why the secrecy and where is the accountability? Number 3, emotionally charged statements, zero accountability. We're now starting to hear council statements such as, we're gutted that this has happened, we've worked so hard for our operators, we're very disappointed that you have chosen not to work with council, our door will always be open for you. Let's be very clear, whānau. These comments are emotionally manipulative, passive-aggressive and frankly inappropriate. Council was the one who chose not to include us in the first instance, and that is the only reason why we're here. If we collectively sat around a table in the first instance with Tourism Bay of Plenty, Council, and the very operators who work in this industry, I can guarantee you we would not be here now. None of these people making these decisions or statements actually own tourism businesses. None of them have skin in the game, none of them have rubber on the road, and they have council jobs. We're out here building businesses, legacies and intergenerational opportunities. Our businesses will be here long after these council roles and jobs change hands, yet these people are making decisions like they own our businesses. Again, I fully support strategic, transparent, qualified and quantified smart financial decisions that benefit ratepayers, because remember, we are ratepayers too. Sadly, this is clearly not one of those decisions, and we deserve better than this. Number 4, is this about saving the ratepayers' money, or is this really about council wanting to become an RTO? Let's not dance around this anymore, whānau. The report repeatedly references a desire for access to central government funding, frustration with RTO exclusive roles, and perceived confusion around who does what. Let's call it what it is. This is unequivocally looks like a move to dismantle our access to the national RTO networks so council can step into these roles themselves and access funding directly. But the very table in your own report clearly outlines that these are not the responsibilities of a council. And now the same report you suggest the council may one day establish its own RTO, potentially with interested iwi. I'll tell you what it feels like for those of us on the ground. This feels like a kick in the teeth to every single business and iwi partner who has already been doing the mahi for years. It ignores ARTON's national strategy to reduce, not increase, the number of RTOs. It assumes iwi will support parallel structure despite council burning bridges through this decision with the very iwi operators it claims to serve. Pulling away from international marketing also counteracts and contradicts national and government strategy to invest more into international tourism, with projections for tourism to become New Zealand's leading international export earner by 2028. You've created division and now you're proposing further fragmentation. I'll tell you something, whānau, this is not leadership. Number 5, economic insanity. Let's talk numbers. You've saved $85,000, and in this report, you're suggesting to retain $50,000 to support 4 businesses or domestic tourism initiatives. That leaves a total savings of $35,000. Across 15,300 ratepayers, that is a mere $2.35 per annum saving per ratepayer household. That's less than the quarter of the price of a block of butter. You've thrown the regional tourism industry into chaos, soured relationships with iwi, blindsided award-winning operators, local small, medium and large businesses, and undermined years of hard work and relationship building, all for less than $2.35 per household. You want to replace effective, fully functioning, results-driven RTO with an unqualified internal tourism team, and that say it's going to cost less. And clearly, with what we've been sent out in terms of the activity they hope to replace, it is going to cost more. We have emails stating the council now wish to take us to trends, explore trade show, offshore trade shows, host international media, trade for mills, local media influencers, and yet Nicola and Lenny admitted in our hui that they had no idea how much it costs to attend trends. I'll let you know. For one of us in this room, for one booth at trends would cost you $15,000. That's more than 1/4 of your $50,000 budget gone with just one booth at trends. Number 6, lack of process, no transparency. You say in this report, not in this report, you have stated that you informed and included stakeholders. Again, we have submitted 23 signed letters from individual operators stating that you didn't. You say this decision was carefully made, but you've denied access to the minutes from the meeting in December where this possibly occurred, and operators are still asking who actually made this decision, when, why, where and how. You say you want to establish stronger iwi relationships, but decisions like this made in isolation without kōrero or without respect only damage trust. And now some of our Māori operators are facing threats about their council leases if they don't fall into line. This is not only unethical, it is bullying, it is intimidation, and it is completely unacceptable. Number 7, poor process and lack of engagement. The report admits no engagement was undertaken with tourism sector due to commercial sensitivity. What commercial sensitivity, we would like to know. Up to this date, despite all of the communication and media acknowledgement, we have had no contact from the Mayor, no contact from the Deputy Mayor, no communication strategy or plan, no alternative tourism marketing strategy, plans, budgets, no clarity on who made this decision, no access to minutes from the December hui. Yet we know that Rebecca Ingram, the CEO of tourism industry Aotearoa, has written directly to the Mayor on the 17th of June recommending that the RTO relationship is preserved. Verbatim quote, "Tourism has a strong, well-established supply chain that networks New Zealand tourism businesses with global travel buyers. Regional tourism organisations provide an important link to this chain alongside Tourism New Zealand. The operators greatly value the working relationship with TBOP. Our sense is that a potential loss of collaborative relationships with TBOP for international marketing development and pathways for smaller operators to grow would be a real business critical impact for them," unquote. We also know Dana Kirkpatrick, National MP, has reached out expressing concern, and we know that RTONs are trying to reduce, not increase the number of RTOs. The rationale behind this decision is deeply flawed and financially short-sighted. Number 7, our asks. We are calling for a full and independent audit of the Whakatane eyesight, which provides no meaningful support to tourism operators or generates any meaningful revenue. A very sensible place to start looking at reducing the burden on the ratepayer. Number 2, we're asking for an immediate release of minutes and decision-making records from the December hui relating to this funding cut. Number 3, we're asking for a formal review of this decision with full operator and iwi involvement. And number 4, we're asking for the restoration of TBOP relationship and funding in the interim while proper engagement takes place. In conclusion, this is not about emotion, this is about evidence. It's about recognising the incredible work that is being done by businesses who bring the world into this rohe, who uphold its mana and who do so without the security of a council salary. We have survived COVID, we have survived whakaari, we have survived on grit and ingenuity, and now we're finally gaining traction, making wins in double-digit annual growth in the international space again, and you've gone and pulled the rug out from right underneath us. We're not confused, we're not overreacting, and we are not going away. This is our region too. We will not be coerced into accepting a decision made without consultation, without evidence, and without any clear plan, strategy, or budget. A decision that directly undermines our ability to operate and disregards the trusted relationships we have spent years and years building. We will not stand by while a supposed saving of just $2.35 per household threatens the intergenerational legacies that we are creating. You do not have the right to dictate who we can and cannot work with. Many of us whakapapa to this whenua. This is our home and we are not going anywhere. Kia ora.
Thank you. You've still got 5 minutes up your sleeve. But, yeah, the floor's open for questions, but I'll ask the first one. What do you think the primary purpose of a council is?
Well, it's in your report there. Oh, do you want to jump in and answer?
Well, let me put it this way. Would you agree that our primary purpose is to provide core infrastructure for the people of this district, as in water, roading, garbage collection, parks and that sort of thing? Would you agree with that?
That the council provides
That's
infrastructure?
our primary purpose. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, to an extent.
Thank you. Councillor Tainshos.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming along today and presenting your case to us, and in an impassioned way, but also very informative. So thank you for coming. And I will make it clear that I don't think anyone around this table doesn't think that you provide enormous benefit economically and for our communities. I think, I don't think that we are seeking to disregard the work that you've done and the work that you continue to do. So first of all, I want to acknowledge that. I've got a number of questions. I don't know how many I'll be allowed. There's a couple of things that concern me quite a lot in what you've said. But the first one I would like to ask is what do you see that Tourism Bay of Plenty does for you? Because I think the decision that we made was not to say that we don't think tourism and international tourism is important, but we didn't see that Tourism Bay of Plenty did a lot for the Whakatane district as opposed to the other areas of the Bay of Plenty. And it's a common story that often when it comes to Bay of Plenty wide organisations, we get the short end of the stick. So I'd be interested in you elaborating first of all on what Tourism Bay of Plenty specifically does for your businesses.
I'll start. Kia ora. Tourism Bay of Plenty does a lot for many of us in this room. We probably collectively, not just those of us who work in the international space, but also international and domestic, probably have more interaction and engagement with TBOP than we do out of the tourism department, out of council. I'm just going to be really frank, whānau. They include us in trade shows, offshore sales calls, and September this year, there's a collective of us from Whakatane going over to Australia to do sales calls with wholesalers and agents over there through Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, and after the 1st of July, technically, we would not be able to do that because we do not sit under an RTO. So not only do we sit under the banner at Trends, we have access to the Explore Trade Show, which is with our IBOs up in Auckland, New Zealand based, and so international come over. We're included in trade itineraries and media, international agent for mills. We receive data from them, vital data that we run our businesses on and make informed decisions from. We get support post-COVID. During COVID and post-COVID, I had more support out of Tourism Bay of Plenty. I don't think I even heard from anyone in council throughout that entire process. And I'm just speaking from us. And do you know what, Whānau? This industry is built on relationships. These are relationships that we have spent years and years and years building. And it just really concerns me that you have no idea the value of what TBOP not bring to us, yet you're making these decisions. You've just admitted that. That really concerns me. If there was engagement with the operators before this decision was made, you would very clearly understand the importance of that link to the RTO, that connectivity to Tourism New Zealand, how the distribution chain works, and the value and the promotion and the visibility that we have offshore. When we go offshore, we don't just talk about Koyutapu Lodge. We talk about all of our whānau in this room. We talk about the entire region. We talk about connectivity. The visitors have to come in from somewhere. There's a gateway. They're either coming through Rosarua, through Tauranga to get to us. It is nonsensical that we're trying to be parochial and not collaborative and go back to working in isolation. Do you think visitors are thinking about the brand of Tauranga City versus where in the heck we actually are? It's not even about Tauranga versus Whakatane, it's about North Island versus South Island, it's New Zealand versus Asia. These visitors offshore are making decisions based on that, and yet here we are, going backwards and sitting in a sandpit trying to hide our heads and go back to not willing to work with anyone. That is not how this industry works.
Thank you, that's extremely helpful. And one other question, if I may. I thought I heard you say that some operators were being threatened to have their leases not renewed. Did I hear that correctly? That concerns me. Could you...
100%. I will answer in case some of them are not comfortable speaking in this space, because it is a very sensitive thing to talk about. But there have been comments made to a number of operators that until this is sorted out, just be mindful, you've got leases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou, and thank you very much for your presentation and your communications. There's a lot to unpack in amongst all of that. A couple of things I wanted to correct. The first thing is that this was a commercial services contract between Council and Tourism Bay of Plenty. And just like whether we have a lawn mowing contract or a roading contract, this was for a tourism services dedicated to international tourism. Now, pre-2019, with the Whakatane event, 80% of our visitors were domestic and 20% were international. White Island Tours was the opposite. 80% of their visitors were international and 20% domestic. When we come forward to now, we're now sitting at 90% domestic and 10% international. And I'm not undervaluing the 20 to 25 million that we've been able to receive from international, but we as the council were consistently asking Tourism Bay of Plenty to explain to us what were, and as you said, fully functional driven results. They could not provide that to us. Now because, and this was pre any of the decision being making, now, because it was in the public excluded, because it was a commercial contract, just like if we had one with you, we would not put it out into the media or to the public. We weren't able to go through and talk with operators the way that we might have liked to. I'd had a few words with different people, trying to get a bit of a sense about the value from Tourism Bay of Plenty. And basically, we weren't servicing them to help domestic visitation. It was really just international. The second thing about what your relationship with Tourism Bay of Plenty and international trade and access to visitors, I do disagree with. As a member, you can belong to Tourism Bay of Plenty yourself. It's actually free. So your relationship with Tourism Bay of Plenty has not been severed because of our dissolution of the contract with Tourism Bay of Plenty. You've got full access to all the Central North Island, the trends, you can still do that as yourself. But we were thinking within council, we'd be able to utilise that money more to help you attend these functions without under being the Tourism Bay of Plenty umbrella. But my question to you is, have you talked to Tourism Bay of Plenty about why they think we've decided to pull the funding from the 1st of July, and what did they say?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Leslie, if I need to use it. Thank you. I was at Ohope with Tourism Bay of Plenty on Thursday evening. They are very disappointed that the relationship's going to end, and they're confused. That was the sense of what I got from them, that they didn't really understand why this was going to happen when they thought they'd been providing a good service. And I agree that they have. I think, we're still getting distracted from the main thing that is angering the tourism community, which is that a decision was made without consultation at all. And NAIDS has spoken extensively explaining why that decision impacts not just ourselves, but many other people as well, businesses throughout the district. And when you make a decision like that, regardless of whether it's your core business or not, Mayor, there needs to be some consultation. It just destroys a lot of trust and faith. And that's really the first place to start. There are many, many issues to unpack. I think that's been alluded to. We've all got our own lists. The number of people sitting behind me here will support that statement. So I think you really firstly need to address the Tourism Bay of Plenty thing, how we got here. As Nate said, we really like that rectified, at least in the interim, and then decide what the way forward is. Tourism Bay of Plenty will exclude us once that funding stops. I've spoken to them, that's clear. We'll be removed from the websites, we'll be removed from social media, and that'll be the end of it.
I think you'll probably find that they're not actually able to do that if you are a member of Tourism Bay of Plenty, even without the funding. You can still participate in anything that they have.
Well, that's certainly not the corridor that I had, and I understand the Mayor of Tauranga had something to say about that as well, so it expands out beyond their immediate remit.
All
So,
right, just a
thank you.
supplementary statement, Your Worship. Tourism Bay of Plenty, we have been given the opportunity prior to this decision being made to demonstrate to us the value of the $85,000. They didn't submit to our annual plan or the long-term plan. And if you were having a financial contract with someone, would you not expect that they would be having this communication two-way with you? The person who pays your wages, you know, you're always trying to keep them happy, making sure that you're delivering what they expect you to deliver. And I think that collectively around the table, we weren't getting the right responses from Tourism Bay of Plenty, and that helped support the decision that was made.
Kia ora, Leslie. That's between you and Tourism Bay of Plenty
Kia ora.
and the district council, or the councils that do our thing, is that why weren't we consulted as the people who are mostly affected? We're not a blade of grass for the lawn mowing contract. We are people and we live and we hire people as season and off-season. Yeah, and it's a bit rich to try and blame Whakatane. You know, we're in mourning, and we've said that often to your team. And one of the main things is because the lack of transparency and not knowing that this was going on. Because we were right in a busy season when the decision was made, and I can understand that. But to go about secretly picking us off one by one instead of getting us into a room collectively, he Māori care. And we do produce a lot of cultural tourism here, and there is not much capability inside your team that can manage that. And that's what we're looking at as well. You know, what's next? We can do this by ourselves, I reckon.
Councillor Pula.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't got a question, I've got a statement really, and unlike my colleagues, I'm not going to thank you for your presentation. It's disappointing to me that all the years that I've been associated with our eyesight team and tourism people, that Nicola and her team have bent over backwards to help you guys and bring you all together, and yet you're absolutely slagging them. I just don't understand where you're coming from there. I'm not going to change my mind. You can poke a stick at me all you like. But it's disappointing that you come with those sort of comments. They're disrespectful.
Kia ora, John.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'd just like to reply to that by saying we've been in business for almost 13 years now, and I've not received one single booking out of the Whakatane eyesight.
And maybe not, ma'am, but I've been to meetings where the collective have been there, and they work really hard. And you obviously haven't got a very high opinion of us either. And I don't care. I know what I'm doing, and I know where we're going. It's not.
I'll do this.
It's just dumb. Dumb stuff. That's what I'm telling you.
With the greatest respect, Councillor Pula, I think our collective will agree with me that this has definitely not been a game of playing the player. It's definitely been a game of playing the game. And I think we've got to remind ourselves that tourism is all about relationships. And those relationships sit on our bottom line, relationships that are formed at trends, be it Explore, worth in some cases millions to these individual businesses. And I think what's been overrated, or underrated in fact, is the personal relationships between operators and Tourism Bay of Plenty. The ability for operators to make contact with Tourism Bay of Plenty and ask them, hey, how do I do a simple rate sheet which enables me to access the European or Chinese market? A simple knowledge set that exists in the back quarters of a Tauranga office. And as Kenny alluded to earlier, there are many other issues, but from the offset, because this is a game of relationships, we haven't had the opportunity to have a relationship with a decision that impacts our relationships, because many of the relationships have been formed through Tourism Bay of Plenty, on our own backs, and you're right, John, many through Nicola as well. But the focus of all of this is the fact that we weren't brought into a room when the decision was conceptualising and said, hey, what do you think of this? And that's where it is. And it's definitely not a personal thing, and each individual operator has their own perspective of some of the issues that exist, but I don't agree with your full perspective there in terms of slagging off the likes of the tourism team or anything like that. It's not about that. It's about the bottom line of our relationships.
But your correspondence has done exactly that, sir. And you're right, it is relationships. And for early days, all you guys were fragmented. And the local team brought you together, and I thought that was a great outcome, so that you're all working together. There's no reason why you can't ask them for what you're talking about now, and it's disappointing that is it a personality thing or what, I don't know, but we're all in this together. But we make decisions that we feel are right for this, and if one's not working, as Councillor Deputy Mayor was saying, then we change to another program.
Yeah.
No? Are you part of this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Your Worship, is this is a question of clarification thing, so the public are not able to counter.
Through Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor.
Just a question for you, Lonnie. Can you clarify what resources you're pulling in support of the council right now? So you guys have decided to take stuff out of the ISAT. What other resources have you stopped supporting the council is providing?
Yep, so the collective decided to remove our brochures from the eyesight and to refuse any request to participate in any tourism for mills or tourism-related activity.
Does that include utilising the likes of the resources that we've provided as council, like those resources down at the Whakatane or the Ohope Wharf? So I guess, in answering that question, can you tell me, are you one of those recipients that used that place and space down at Ohope Wharf this year? That Nicola and them had to fight tooth and nail to, I guess, persuade me to invest in that place and space to upgrade it. Me especially being from the Rangitaiki, I thought that finances might have been better in that space. How was it? How was it using those, I guess, those resources that were provided and fought for by those very people?
Oh, incredible spaces that brought thousands of people to our place, to Aotearoa, in particular servicing 15-odd thousand from the top 10 holiday park. But this argument doesn't necessarily sit within that context, because as your worship referred to earlier, what is the purpose of council? And it is bricks and mortar. But we expect at the very least, if you're going to make a decision that impacts beyond the bricks and mortar, we should at least be included in a conversation. But many of us have different hats in the community. Personally, I do. We don't necessarily mix those hats in a sense. And the principle of all of this is the fact that the collective weren't spoken to from the offset.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. We are under time pressure, but our CE wants to make a comment. I'll allow that.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a point of clarification. You made a statement earlier that Tourism Bay of Plenty had been telling you that the relationship had been severed with the Whakatane district. After the council made the decision, the funding decision, I met with the chair and the chief executive of Tourism Bay of Plenty. We had a conversation about the Regional Tourism Operations Services contract, because that's what we were talking about, and the reasons for that decision. In that conversation, we also talked about the ongoing relationship between the Whakatane district and Tourism Bay of Plenty and the wider Bay of Plenty in general, in particular because there is still a strong relationship in terms of domestic tourism and the flow of domestic tourism between the two districts, and also that we work together on a number of events and event funding. And we ended that conversation on the understanding that we still have a good relationship, we just don't have a Regional Tourism Operations Services contract in place at the moment. And that from that conversation, we would then be engaging with the affected parties. So I would be extremely disappointed if Tourism Bay of Plenty is having conversations that are at odds with having conversations with you that are at odds with the conversation that I had with the chair and the chief executive. So it's just a point of clarification.
I just want to quickly reply to that one. Tourism Bay of Plenty did not state that the relationship was severed. We have stated that you have severed our relationships directly with Tourism Bay of Plenty in that international space. So that's definitely a point of clarification. Tourism Bay of Plenty remain hopeful, they remain supportive of the operators, and they remain hopeful that there will be an amicable outcome of this and we will be able to get to some resolution and continue to agree together. But I think making statements like that is just counterproductive at this point in time. Once again, going back to the actual issue, was that this decision was made without consultation, without democracy, without an opportunity to kōrero and sit around the table. And again, I will state that had that happened from the start with Tourism Bay of Plenty, the Operators Council, and we sat in a room like this and had a kōrero, we would not be in this situation that we're in now. Kia ora.
I'm going to have to wind it up, but look, thank you very much for coming and making your impassioned arguments. This table's had to make some particularly tough decisions in the present climate, which is getting tougher and tougher. We've had to stop our support for air chats, for example. That's the reality of what we're faced with. Are we airline operators, tourism operators? I think we've got to stick to the basics, and sometimes that means we've got to stop some things, even though it seems like a small amount to you, a small amount here, a small amount there, it all adds up. So we've been really scratching to try and save money on behalf of our ratepayers. So thank you very much for coming.
Kia ora.
Kia
Can I
ora.
ask one more question?
Go.
Is there an opportunity to meet to kōrero about this decision, or are we being told that it's final, it's done, that's it?
1st of July.
You can come and talk to anybody you like, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, my door's open and the phone's turned on, so you can come and talk. I think that's the same for every single councillor around the table here, and staff.
But I'm not asking, I'm asking whether, there's no point in talking if the decision is final and we can't move into a space where we can actually look at perhaps changing this decision, or is it final?
We will talk amongst ourselves and we'll see what we think. I'm not going to give you an answer today.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Next, we have NZTA, Andrew Corkill, who's now the Director of Regional Relationships. replacing David Spears. So welcome, Andrew.
Got my colleague Sandra.
Oh, and Sandra.
Yes, two of us.
Yep.
Are these mics on? Are they? Cool. Right, we've got presentation up. Kia ora koutou, everyone. I know you're under some time pressure. Ko ingarangi ko te rara te whakapaparanga mai, ko taranaki tō maunga, ko pāteia te awa, ko matamata te whenua tupu no kirikiri roa o e ana, ko Andrew Ohope. I'm Andrew Corkle, Director of Regional Relationships, NZTA. And to my right is Sandra King, who is our System Manager for the Bay of Plenty. And we were supposed to have Cole O'Keefe, our long-term system planner, here today too, but unfortunately had some sickness overnight. So thanks for having us here. Thanks, Your Worship, for your recent discussions on this matter as well at the Regional Transport Committee. And thanks to Councillor Isles and Councillor James for the discussions at the Taniatua Community Board. Good to see some familiar faces around the table as I enter into this role as well. Kia ora ngā pera, kia ora Lainey. So the main focus of our presence here is to run through a presentation around the Whakatane Bridge. Sandra will shortly talk to the history and the issues we've got with the bridge and why we're experiencing the levels of service that we're experiencing today. We've got a bridge that doesn't meet anyone's expectations at the moment, and it's had significant coverage in the media, nationally as well as within local communities. To set the broader scene, just like we've heard from yourself, Your Worship, we are in a significantly constrained funding environment as well, and the National Land Transport Program, our NLTP, is fully subscribed over the next 3 years. The positive, though, is that there will be a release from the Minister's office, so our Transport Minister, Chris Bishop, at some point. It was supposed to be today, but due to the sad passing of Te Māori Māori MP Tash Kemp, they aren't doing proactive media releases today, obviously. But there has been funding secured to replace the deck of the Whakatane Bridge. Yes. So the design for the bridge deck is well underway. That was something that was funded through the NLTP, but the funding for the actual deck replacement itself wasn't included, and we've managed to, through some reprioritisation that will occur nationally, achieve the 14 million that will be required to redeck the length of that bridge over 2026 once the design is finished over the coming months. So the new deck would improve safety by reducing the risk of damage to vehicles, and we've heard a lot of complaints of that. Recently, it'll enhance the ride quality with a smooth surface. We experienced that surface this morning as we came in via that direction. It'll reduce the need for the frequent closures every quarter as well for ongoing repairs, and it will support a more reliable journey time for locals and for the freight that utilises that route through the Bay of Plenty through to the port of Tauranga as well. So don't underestimate how big this reprioritisation is in that constrained environment. And I acknowledge the advocacy of the community of council as well in helping us achieve this outcome, and do want to acknowledge Sandra, who's been living the Whakatane Bridge over the last few months, and has become our in-house expert now on that surface. So I'll hand over to Sandra now to take us through the slides. If we can move to the next one, please.
Thank you, Andrew. It's
Oh, you've got the clicker.
I've got the clicker, yeah. It's a pleasure to be able to announce that this morning. There's been a lot of work in the background. We've really listened to the community. I've been out on that deck myself, so looking at the maintenance, how it's happening, what can we do, what the options we've got. So we presented to the Taniatua Community Board. It was a great opportunity to talk about what it is and how we're managing it. And it's a pleasure to be able to announce that today, so very successful. The background, bit of background that you probably know, built in 23 for rail, 367 metres long. It's a very, very long bridge. The deck was rebuilt in 2017. It was about a 16-week closure to build that deck, strip it off and rebuild the deck. Some minor safety improvements are done, but basically it's a very thin surfacing planks on top of large transverse beams, and it's those surfacing planks that are cracking and breaking, and then the seal on top that it's making for a very rough ride. So we reiterated it's structurally safe, but it's terrible to drive over. And we're having numerous problems on how we're maintaining that in terms of repairing the planks, dealing with the screws that keep coming out, and dealing with the chip seal on top of it. It's servicing to just over 2,000 vehicles a day, and there's a substantial number of heavies coming through from Tairāwhiti and around the district in the peak seasons when you have it. If I go back, sorry, you'll see, push that slide, the bottom there, you'll see a bit of some pictures which will be in your briefing papers that you can look at in terms of the current design. You can see the transverse beams underneath and how big they are, and then you can see on the surface the planks that are run at an angle, which when you look at timber bridges in the old days, they were very longitudinal running, and they were of more of a hardwood type wood on top. So we have a problem with how it's performing. Maintenance is very disruptive. It's quarterly. We've been doing it to avoid school holiday disruption. It requires a full closure due to the narrowness and getting on the bridge and fixing it, and it's funded, as Andrew said, through the National Land Transport Fund. I think this picture, when I went out, I took these photos myself, it's pretty hard to fix. These planks are literally ripped up. They're 50 mil wide, and they take out 2 at a time and replace with 100 mil wide. They did that at the ends of the bridge, and they performed well, but what we're seeing is an acceleration of that deterioration through the bridge over the last sort of 6 months, and that's what we've been chasing. So when we close the bridge and do work, and then the people get on the bridge to use it, they probably won't notice what we've done, because it's still a rough ride. We've got the next closure next week to try and address some more failures and try and get a bit more smoothness into the bridge, but it is a very difficult job. This is what we're looking at building. We've actually pushed go on the design work a couple of months ago, actually, so in preparation for trying to secure some funding in our reprioritisation, but we're going to have to strip off the whole bridge. We're looking at a plywood panel approach, which has been in New Zealand for about 7 years. It's an overseas type model, so we've got Becca, our consultants, who are working on that at the moment, and we're asking very deep questions to make sure we get some life out of that. And yes, the reprioritising process has been very good to navigate within the organisation, because as you are, we have funding ring fence on our NLTP budgets. It will still be a single lane bridge, and it will still be traffic light signals. It was good to see this morning that the phasing of those lights seems to have improved, so I've been leaning into that for you as well. But we will have to continue maintenance until we can get to this point.
The plywood will be softwood, right, still?
It's very strong. It's going to be able to cope with the HPMVs, so the heavy loads. So
Like the 50 maxes and stuff?
yes, yes. We're looking at what friction surface to apply, and I'm going to lean into our technical experts in the organisation, because I do not want this on my watch. So whatever we apply, we need to make sure we need some sort of friction surface. We're looking at maybe an epoxy seal or something like you see in, I know, on the Harbour Bridge they put down an epoxy before they put over the asphalt. So something that will stick and hold but create a bit of friction but not create this problem. So that is the guts of what I wanted to talk about. So I don't know if you've got any questions around Whakatane.
Just if I can ask a question, maintenance will continue until funding is confirmed. Funding for what? A replacement bridge?
No.
Or some more
So
maintenance?
that slide hasn't been adjusted given the news that I was just allowed from 9 a.m. So, yeah.
Yes, so funding is for a new deck. So it's taking off this deck onto the existing rail, underneath the rail bridge structure, and putting a new deck on. The understructure will also be painted, and we'll deal with some bridge scour work on the foundations in the river at the same time. The deck design is underway, and then we've got to procure the panels from overseas, and we're looking at a 2026 construction process so soon.
Which would be a long closure, obviously, as well. I think
Yeah.
the last one that was mentioned there, 16 weeks. So that would be the 16. So that would be the minimum. So, it could be as 6 to 9 months would be.
Although,
estimate.
given it's big, large panels, hopefully the lay down will be a lot quicker. So we're yet to finalise what that will be in terms of a closure. We'll work closely with Whakatane about detour routes and maintenance obligations on that and the timeframe. So
I've got Wilson, Andrew, Tony, and Peter.
Okay. Thank you, and good to see you guys again. And it's good to see that you're still on the case at Whakatane. Just two quick questions. One of them is, I gather you've had consultations with bridge builders? Because I'm aware of at least one bridge builder that believes they could put a concrete surface on there that won't be anywhere near as heavy as what you guys feel it would be, because they've got different products. But are you having conversations with people that actually build the bridges?
we're relying on our professional service provider, Becca, in this space, who are all over some of that technology. If you've got the name of that person, I'll be happy to have a conversation.
I can pass it on to you.
Yes, please.
Yep. And the other question is, are you aware of a new forestry harvest that's about to start in 2030 up the coast, and they're talking about 85,000 tonnes a year to come across the bridge, which is 30 tonnes a truckload. It's a lot of truckloads.
That information's very valuable, so yes. Please
Okay.
pass that on as well, because we'll make sure we include that in the design.
That kind of information is
growth.
useful for the next NLTP as well, as we consider the resilience of that entire corridor through another project that is getting underway shortly.
Yeah, 'cause 5 years isn't far away, is it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. And again, nice to see you, Sandra, and Andrew again, and thank you. You might be interested to see that, or you may have already seen, that we're now moving into third world status as far as the community and the users of the bridge are concerned. So again, great to have that update or fresh off the press today, Andrew. My concern is, again, when the redecking took place last time, if I recall, most of the decking got washed away in a flood, and then it was a long duration. Hopefully, it won't be a 16-week shut this time for the redeck. 14 million, man, that's a hell of an inflated price from when it was redecked in 2015 for what, 5 mil.
Point of clarification, the 14 is total, so about 7 of that is deck replacement. There's a lot of painting to do, scale work to do, so there's a bit of extra in there to do that at the same time.
Okay. I also would ask, if I may, the vehicle movements has been estimated by these operators to be in the vicinity of 10,000, of which 1,000 per day are heavy vehicle users. I did ask the Taneatu Community Board if we could have an update on the vehicle movements, because the latest ones in the report were 2023, which are significantly less than that.
Yeah, so what we've got is 2,390 vehicle movements per day total, with the significant number being heavy vehicles.
Correct. But that is 2023 figures, Andrew?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Again, I see our MPs pushing our case again, and I think, we've still got to look at a replacement at some point in time, especially when...
Can I respond to the traffic counts? I'm still looking at getting some specific counts done this year for you, so we understand the volume of heavies, but I understand its significance, so it might validate that data that you've got.
Thank you so much.
Just regarding your comment regarding, the life of the bridge as well at the end there, this work will help extend the life of the bridge for, it's predicted, another 20 years. It's currently not on that end-of-life register, which is why it wouldn't be prioritised in the NLTP against the 3,000 plus other bridges in the country on the State Highway Network. This work will help it endure beyond its 100-year anniversary we've had.
For the sake of our communities and the users, can we have updates on a regular basis? I mean, we've had enough of this negative, third world. It would be nice to be given regular updates because it's election year and we've got a mayor that's been canvassing for a second bridge in Whakatane when I feel the real urgency has been on the Whakatane bridge. So, positive comms going forward would be really helpful.
Our communications teams met recently, I think, from a broader perspective to build some relationships, and I know Sandra's got some good communication lines through to your transport team and Dave as well. So,
thank you to you both. Thank you.
Councillor Boynton.
Thank you for your information and your report. With you extending, with the funding that's going towards the maintenance and replacement and extending that 20 years further, does that further reduce the possibility of a replacement bridge or the bid for a replacement bridge that has 2 lanes?
that would reduce the priority, yes. Yeah. When you look at bridges that are reaching the end of their life around the country, it would. Yeah.
The bridge structure itself is sound. It's the 2-laning and rebuilding a bridge that then becomes the issue I think you're talking about.
Yeah, even if I speak to the next slide, I think we may have. Oh,
Right.
am I the right button?
Technology. Do I need to do it for you?
No, I got it. It'll probably go to the end slide now. I've pushed it so many times. So I guess, it comes down to more of a level of service question. When would a 2-lane bridge be required? And a 2-laning, estimated at this point, if you were to replace the bridge with a 2-lane, would be $100 million kind of project, given the length, etc. And all those decisions, and you mentioned a second bridge crossing, etc., require detailed business cases to actually support it based on modelling, growth projections, etc., which detailed business case for a second bridge crossing, for example, in Whakatane was not included in the NLTP, but what was included is the strategic transport planning and resilience project, so looking at that route from Tairāwhiti through, including parts of State Highway 35 and State Highway 2, Awakiri to Opotiki in particular, and how does that network operate and how will it need to operate given the issues it faces from a climate perspective, weather crashes on State Highway, lack of detour routes, etc. So that work is about to get underway from a planning perspective, which could help inform, future decisions, future funding rounds around what is actually required.
Thank you.
Councillor Rangiaho.
Hi. It's been a while. My question is probably, we talk about replacement bridge or 2-lane bridge, but there is something that I saw over in Hamilton, I used to live over there, and those bridges used to be 2-lane, and I was amazed because they extended it to the side to make it 4 lanes. Okay? That's over in Hamilton. I know because I used to drive from work and go through that path. So it's just thinking of a 1-lane bridge and what that looks like. Or the other thing probably, would they consider a twin bridge? If this one is already solid, then what would it look like with the twin next to it? Like a Siamese twin? I don't know.
Yeah, that may come through in this work, what is required. I imagine.
And what that cost would look like too.
I think you referred to clip-ons on the side of a bridge by the sound
Well,
of it.
that's what I saw in Hamilton, a 2-lane switch to a 4-lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got a bridge here that's an old railway structure, so its gauge is very narrow.
Yeah.
So the ability to add on to it, we're limited in what we can do. So we're hoping the study might inform the next steps.
Hence the Siamese twin. Kia ora.
Councillor Tangshaws.
Thank you for coming along, and thanks for really welcome announcement today. That's really good. And acknowledging the point Councillor Boynton raised about what this does to the longer term prospects of a two-laning in some way. Looking forward to seeing that further work being done, and perhaps it'll be helpful at some stage for us to understand what would make it a priority to get two lanes, thinking about particularly in terms of unlocking the East Coast economic development and all the work that's being done up there. My question, though, is a small one. You talked about the phasing of the lights. I'm just wondering, has provision been made for cyclists? Because I've had some feedback around this done. Okay, cool.
There's a button, I think.
All right,
There's
okay.
a cycle button.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's a cyclist button on there.
Thank you. Yay.
Sorry, I missed that. Did you say there is going to be a cyclist lane on there?
No, there is a button in the phasing, so you can there's a button for the cyclist, the light phasing, from what I understand. I'll find out some more.
I saw it when we drove over it. Hopefully it's in operation. Yeah.
Oh, that's not much. I'll lean into that phasing.
30 seconds over 350.
Yeah, I'll talk to our
Councillor
team.
Dennis?
Thank you. Some of my questions have already been answered a little bit, but did I hear you right in saying it's 100 million for a two-lane bridge?
Estimated.
Pardon?
Estimated between 70 and 100 million.
Have we investigated the possibility of adding one, we talked about the clip-on lane, but just doing a single lane bridge next to it and using one lane on the current one, and would that be cheaper?
That could be an option. I would wait to see what this throws out in terms of what is required longer term and when.
Is it that structure not capable of holding a two-lane
No.
top?
No, it's too narrow underneath to consider a two-laning option on it.
Okay. My last question is that in regarding to the traffic lights, we hear reports of people who will not obey the stop line and will just whip across if there's a truck at the far end. And so some people can go through a couple of phases of lights, not be able to move on from the other side. Is there ways of stopping that, or?
That becomes an enforcement issue. So if there's instances of that you're hearing, pass them to us, pass them to the police as well, and we can always have a chat to the police about monitoring that area a little more.
Okay, thank you.
Last question to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, and thank
Oh,
you for coming to chat to us about this important issue. You mentioned about the long-term plan, and so the Mayor and I and other councillors have been attending the Regional Land Transport meetings. We fought really hard to try and elevate, and this is with the Portuguese Mayor as well, to elevate the importance of this. And it was a little bit disappointing that we have to go to this level of activity and advocacy to kind of get a little bit more result. What is your suggestion? And this is because there was a lot of advocacy from Tauranga and Western Bay councils for their roads to have a higher priority. What would your suggestion be to us and to Portuguese, considering the resilience route at the introduction of the next long-term plan? Because that's still going to be a couple of moons away.
Biggest suggestion would be being really clear on priorities when you get to that table, because obviously there were less things funded through the recent RLTP going into the NLTP than there have been in the past for local government nationally. And those that went through had, the evidence, they aligned to the government policy statement, and that's a little hard to predict at times given there's a national election prior to the government policy statement being set, and the flow on doesn't work out with LTPs at councils either, but being as prepared as possible and able to speak, in a united voice on priorities is really important.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to emphasise that the RLTP goes through a prioritisation process that really depends on a thing called the RAG group. And so that things get on that list because they've been prioritised according to a set of criteria that are established not by us.
Which is all linked to the GPS, the government policy statement, and the direction.
Yeah, which came out just before the plan, right. Councillor Jukes was looking unhappy, so I'm going to allow one more question.
I was just being polite and letting everyone else go first. No, very quickly, just in regards to the priorities and getting it up there. I guess my question to you would be that for a major route, must be very few around the country single lane bridges left. So I would have thought that it would have been more up there in a list of priorities to be replaced, because there wouldn't be that many left around the country. So I would have thought it would have boosted it a bit up higher. So
our end of life bridge process is around structural integrity. The level of service is considered below that. There are a number of bridges around the country that have issues as we get to the, they're all built in the 30s, 60s, 70s, so we've got a number of issues that we have to prioritise, but take that on board.
So for Whakatane's main bridge, which has got 19,000 average annual daily traffic, how high would it have to get? Because it's already exceeded its level of service. Is that not a high number?
End of life bridges deals with structural integrity
Yeah,
as the
I
main
got
criteria.
that. But levels of service depend on the amount of traffic going on.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how, if that seems like a very high number.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
And answering lots of questions, so thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to give a shout out to your team here at Whakatane. We have very good relationships, and it's great to work in partnership on some of these gnarly issues that we have, so thank you.
Thanks, team.
Thank you. The final public presentation for today is the Port Ohope Lions Club. And they're online, is that right, Susan? Oh. Would you mind introducing yourselves first, because we don't seem to have a record, at least I don't.
Is it on? Yeah. My name's Dave Howard. I've got Pete Busby to my left and Linda Husband down the other end, yeah. This is a much lighter note. We haven't got any fancy computers and things like that, so please smile. It's much better than the bridges and things like that. I'm just going to hand over to Linda.
This is our first ever deputation to a full council meeting. I recognise the faces, and it's interesting to come in and listen. We understand that we are presenting at this meeting to endeavour to get full council support, and this was advised to us by the relevant council staff members, so we're taking on board their advice and doing what they asked of us. This is a new field for the Ohope Lions, and we have sought the appropriate advice from the Legal Counsel for Lions New Zealand, so that we make sure we are proceeding in the correct way. The club has a considerable presence in the Ohope and Whakatane area, and we wish to ensure that we are still here and providing for the future as a worthwhile and important voluntary organisation. I presume everyone got sent out some conceptual plans with pictures and a single-page blurb, which just highlighted items. We are here seeking a letter of intent. We want to change the look of the Lion Shed at Warside Developments, and we want support from the relevant council members. Some of the plans have been presented to Andrew Isles as an interested party, and I presume that all the other councillors have received paperwork as well. So if you've got any questions, I'll answer them.
Councillor Puller.
Thank you, and yes, we did receive the said paperwork, and looks quite sharp. So that's a new build, isn't it? They're not using, so
yep.
I for one support what you want to do. So
yeah, and that's lovely, and thank you very much. Yeah, it is a new build because the existing Nissan hut, shed, building might be stretching it just a little bit currently because it's a little bit tardy.
Councillor Dukes.
Getting in early this time, Your Worship.
Good.
Just in your words, could you just expand on for us what you are intending to use it for? Because we know you have your monthly sales.
Garage sales, yeah. Call them as they are. It's recycle and second-hand sales, but everyone talks about it as a garage sale. So yeah, we have those. We intend to have it sort of more operating on perhaps a more long-term, daily, monthly sort of environment, you know, not stuck to a one-off thing. And certainly we would like to make sure that it was a community-focused space as well. So people wanting to have meetings, people wanting to gather. You know, it's an open-ended question because we don't know at this stage because we don't currently do that activity, but there's no stopping us from doing it in the future. And not just us, but other community might come and say to you, well, can we give it a go? Why not? Yeah, what we don't know, we don't know.
Thank you. No, it's just great to hear your other plans for it.
Councillor Isles, did you have a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you again for the presentation. It's amazing, having sat around this table, 10 years ago when the Nissan hut came up for, well, you may as well say demolition, and you had to fight really hard to get it to a level where it could be usable to this point in time. And again, I acknowledge, you know, the longevity of Ohope Beach Lines and the input you've put into this. My question is funding. Once you get the letter of intent, is it then out to secure the funding?
We have access within the Lions organisation for a number of charitable trusts who we can approach for funding assistance, and we have our own funds within the club. Unless the council suddenly develop a community fund, we probably won't be approaching the council for this particular project.
You were in the room earlier, weren't you, Lynn? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. Thank you so much for coming along, and the graphics and the imagery look really sharp, as one of the councillors said. My question to you is how big is your membership from the Ohope Lions group?
20, about
26, 27?
Yeah, yeah.
And has that been quite consistent
Yes.
over the years?
Yep, in actual fact, we're in what we call an upward curve of membership. We've recently had a new member who's altered the median age of our group considerably, and he's brought a friend, and so that's even better. And they are genuine volunteers who want to be in the community. Young dairy farmer and a young builder who's relocating to Ohope. So yeah, and we've got active members. We've got one or two that are frail, but certainly our membership is growing and growing all the time.
Thank you for that. And that was actually where I was heading to, was with the request for a statement of 25-year lease, what was the longevity and the lifetime of your current members? So that's good to hear that you've got some median age people joining the
Lots of old
organisation.
heads on good shoulders.
Yes.
But also lots of young with their particular skills. And we've worked to get those younger members. It's not an easy process, but we've worked hard to. And part of it is showing them that this is what we could do.
Thank you.
And this will be an asset for the community, so nobody's missing out. Yes.
Thanks very much, folks. Thanks for coming along and not berating us for not giving you money.
That's right. You can read the room and it's not going to happen, is it? So Yeah, and the other thing is, we would really dearly have some sort of response for support from the council in a letter of intent sooner rather than later, please. It's important for us to be able to function and provide that service to the whole Whakatane Ohope community. So,
Though our shed is, we only have our sale one day a month, the first Sunday of the month, the building is used 7 days a week. This morning I've been across there and checked something out. This afternoon I'll be across there again to deliver some items. So it is used 7 days a week. But people have this inference, we only have a sale first Sunday of the month. The shed is used every day of the week.
Question?
I really like your proposal. I've only just been able to find it again on my computer. Obviously, you're going to allow that to be open to the public when people request a room to use, etc., if you haven't got it full of bric-a-brac. What about the grassed area out in front of it? Are you going to use that for public events?
currently it's designated as a trailer parking area. Yes.
That's not what you do.
So.
For the boat?
It's a designated trailer parking, boat trailer.
Boat trailer parking.
Ah.
We do use it for display on our sale days.
Yep.
And we work very well with the local yacht club. If they've got a meeting at the end of the trailer park, then we will accommodate and they will accommodate us.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, please.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
Oh, no,
All
I've got
right.
a phone number or two.
No, we'll be in touch, don't worry. We'll take a 15-minute recess and come back at 25 to 11. Thank you. All good. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. We are at section 7 of our agenda, page 9, dealing with the confirmation of minutes. So I need a mover and a seconder that the public minutes of Whakatane District Council meeting held on the 8th of May 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. I have a mover in Councillor Puller, seconder Councillor Boynton. Does anybody have any corrections or?
I did have one, and I couldn't note it. So it was to do with the decision around Air Chathams, and it says something around exploring a flight. I think it gives the impression it's from Auckland to Wellington, and I just wanted it to be clear that the decision was around exploring Whakatane to Auckland and Whakatane to Wellington, because it's not quite clear in the minute.
Okay.
So I can't refer the page off the top of my head.
It's probably Stella not working for you.
It's the new thing is a bit painful.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. Are you all right, Susan? Oh. So the councillor wants a clarification over the routes for the Air Chathams to ensure that it's clear that it's Whakatane Auckland. Is that right, councillor?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah.
Well, subject to that, any other? No, it's all good. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The motion passed. We're due for another break. Standing committee minutes, recommendation to council. So we're dealing with the minutes from standing committees now, and I need a mover and a seconder that the Whakatane District Council receive the following minutes: Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting of 10th of April 2025, the CEPSC Chief Executive Performance and Support Committee meeting of the 15th of April 2025, and Environment, Energy and Resilience Committee meeting of the 22nd of May 2025. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor James moves it, Deputy Mayor seconds it. Anybody have any observations or corrections on any of those minutes? None? If not, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Next section, we are recommendations from Environment, Energy and Resilience Committee. I need a mover and a seconder that the Whakatane District Council adopt the Eastern Bay of Plenty Spatial Plan. It's already gone through that committee and we're all good with it. So can I have a mover that we adopt that in the council meeting? Yep. Mover Councillor Isles and seconded Councillor James. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Recommendation from the Infrastructure and Planning Committee, so we just need to sign, seal and deliver that here, that the council approve a temporary road closure on Matahi Road from 551 Matahi Road to Whakatane District boundary on Saturday the 6th of July 2025 between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. to accommodate the Motorsports Hill Climb event, and 2, that the council approve a temporary road closure on Saturday the 5th of July 2025 from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. to accommodate the Light Up Whakatane event affecting the strand between Kakakaroa Drive and Wharanganui, Kakahoroa Drive between the strand and the drive and the service lane, the full length of Kakahoroa Drive, service lane 1, and the full length of, oh, this is a bit of a mouthful.
You're getting better.
I'm getting, all right. Yes.
I just wanted to point out in that recommendation 3 that according to the notice in the paper, the intention is to actually close off the whole of the back car park, which is not clearly detailed in here. I realise that this is probably in regards to a road, but I just wanted to point out that that is actually also closed, which to be able to close that and set things up, I think that that will also include the full length of the service lane. So I would like that clarified, whether the service lane is going to be closed from, I think it was 8 a.m. in the morning, just because of the risk with emergency services or anything, because our businesses are actually open on that day. So I'm not sure if that could be clarified or not, whether or not the service lane side of it.
Well, we can include I don't see any problem with including some clarification around that. Does
It's just that
anybody
there is risk, and you do need to still have emergency services access down that service lane, particularly when businesses are open.
Could I just have clarification from Councillor Jukes? You mentioned emergency services. Are you saying it would be closed, but there'd be allowance for emergency services to access?
This is what I'm wanting clarified, it all clarified. Yeah, I'd like to know. Because it's closed means closed, but I want to know, is there still going to be access for things like that?
Thank you.
And are we still going to be able to access the back of our businesses if we needed to with the vehicle? So
Can I just check through the chair? So the action is for my team looking after the event to confirm with just Councillor Dukes or the whole of council that the lane will still be free for emergency access? Is that the action?
And all businesses if they need to access the back of their shops during that time.
Okay.
Yes, we can just modify the minutes.
Yeah. It's just
But I'm also taking away an action for our team to confirm
Yeah.
that.
It's just that what we were told at the meeting was inconsistent
Of the
to what was
recommendation.
advertised in the
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Happy to move.
I'm not going to say kaka
Oh,
horoa
you
drive
need-
again. Am I? Well, there's a reason I can't say that word. I'll explain to you later.
Your Worship, also, it was just to note, it's a great innovation by staff to bring forward these recommendations from other committees in red.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. So,
Good one.
mover, Councillor Isles, seconder, Councillor Puller. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. We're at section 9, Mayoral and Chief Executive reports. I'm first. I'll take it pretty much as read. I'm just looking for it. So, just looking at what I call the executive summary, the first bit. Gratifying to see that we've got the Eastern Bay Plenty Economic Development Strategy refresh done. So that's a milestone that we've made. That the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan is now complete. And a regional deal expression of interest has now been submitted to the Department of Internal Affairs, but we're unable to share it now. Those things are all regional. So it's very clear where we're driving at here. We've got neighbours and we shall work with them. In terms of the climate that we're in terms of economics and geopolitics, things are looking pretty dicey. The world is an unstable place. Uncertainty, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, and that's going to give us some more choppy waters to navigate going forward. There were some presentations at the LGNZ conference that dealt with the tariff war and some of the other effects. At the moment, we're looking okay in that department, but who knows where it's all going. I guess what worries me is the fuels issue, and I've made that clear in there. But apart from that, I don't have anything else to say. Any questions on any of it? No, in that case, I shall ask for a mover and a seconder of that. Mover, Deputy Mayor, seconder, Councillor Boynton. Any debate? No.
My apologies, I did actually have a question, and I realise we're in debate now, but I thought you raised some important international contextual issues, and you've said that we should give some consideration to how this affects us. I was interested in if you had any immediate thoughts about what this council needs to do in that context.
Well, I think that we need to consider it. So that's the first thing we need to do, because if we have liquid fuels drying up, we won't be able to collect rubbish for a start and do a lot of the things that we need to do. So maybe this is not the first time we've been in this situation like this. There was the 70s and the 80s, and I guess electrification of transport would help out in that department. It's something that we're looking at anyway, but we're not quite there yet. So those are the sort of things I'm really referring to, and that's particularly got to do with the walls that are going on in quite sensitive areas when it comes to fuels production. And then, of course, we've unwound some of the big projects, which the Muldoon era ones that were a result of what we're experiencing today. And one of them was the Marsden Point refinery. So I'm hoping government gives that some attention, because we've got 28 days worth of liquid fuels storage in this country, and we're using more than twice what we actually produce. So we're very vulnerable in that department, but it's an issue for council. So that's one of the things. And meanwhile, the climate change issue just sort of simmers in the background, and we're not really thinking about it. Well, doesn't have prominence in the media that it would have prior to these other wars and trade wars that are going on. So I just think these are very difficult times. Yep.
If I could just make a comment, because I agree with what you've said, and it feels to me a bit like our council has taken the foot off the accelerator when it comes to decarbonising our own organisation, in terms of providing active transport and alternative transport options for cars and things like that. We invested a bit of money in the past into more cycleways and walkways, and we've reduced that funding. And I suppose for me, it's just a bit of a reminder for us as a council that these issues are really critical and they're urgent, and they tend to get put aside because we're concerned about other immediate priorities. But if we don't make progress on decarbonising our organisation and our community, we're going to face real problems when these issues arise.
Yeah, so there's the emissions aspect to it, which was probably what we were more focused on, but now there is the transport security issue for our critical businesses. Things like, as I said, if you don't collect rubbish, you're in a bit of strife. So yeah, there's all sorts of reasons for doing things, but I guess the other stuff of extreme weather events and that we're all well aware of, and we have to do combat with that all the time. So since we have a mover and a second, I'll ask all those in favour? Against? Next report's the Chief Executive Report on page 26. Chief Executive, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the end of the financial year, so I put together a Chief Executive Report just to reflect on some of the highlights of the year. I'm happy to talk to any of those, but also with an election just around the corner, just wanted to acknowledge that you're a good bunch of people to work for, so thank you very much. Even you, Mr. Mayor.
I was waiting for something like that.
He was waiting, I had to say it, right?
All right, thank you. Thanks for that. Are you moving? We have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Steve, for your report. So you've got that there that the pre-election report is due next week. Are there any negative surprises in there? I'm prefacing that because we'll have the Ratepayers Union report coming up. We've got these other external organisations that are doing comparisons and things. Is there good news in that?
No, it's a reflection of the status of council as we go into the election. There won't be any surprises on there. I mentioned at the first election briefing that we had to the people who are in the room who are interested in standing. The key challenges are front-footed, the operating deficit and how important it is for any council who is in an operating deficit to work its way out of there, but also to remind people that actually we're not the only council. Most councils in New Zealand are running operating deficits at the moment. There are a couple of other key challenges. Local water's done well, talked about that, and the status of that. Of course, that program is moving so quick. What I wrote a month ago is possibly already out of date. Talk a bit about some of the government reform that's coming up, and then provide a description of the key projects in the LTP. So no surprises. It'll be the stuff that you're familiar with.
Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Isles, seconded, Councillor Puller. All those in favour? Against? Passed. Thank you very much, Chief Executive. Report section. 10.1. Sorry, councillors, we're on page 29 of the agenda, and as a result of, as Chief Executive just said, we've been talking about water for a very long time, and things are moving quite fast now. So we've had some discussions since the recommendations were originally written, and have come up with some alternative recommendations or modifications that we'd like, that collectively I think we're all in agreement with. It's not a substantive change to what was there, but it's a change of emphasis. So I'll ask Susan to put those up so we know that what we're actually dealing with. Oh, yes, David, sorry, jumped the gun.
No, that's all right. I don't have to say anything if you don't wish me to. But I thought I'd better to set the scene and introduce the report. I think you're very clear why we're here today, obviously seeking a decision from you on your preferred option so that we can develop the Water Services Delivery Plan and Implementation Plan by the 3rd of September, the deadline we need to. I think since we last formally reported to you in a council meeting, that was just prior to us going out to the consultation process. So I thought I'd just pick it up at that point and just emphasise the results of that consultation. We obviously went out around two options, standalone business unit and a multiple council CCO as the two options, with the preferred option being the multiple council CCO. And we asked the question of people, did they agree with that preference? From our calculations of the 84 submissions that came in, 50% said no, 32% did support it, and 18% really didn't give a clear view one way or the other, raised, I guess, other related issues. So I think the point around the submissions, apart from the numbers and that feedback, is really the substance of the submissions, to me, canvassed, if you read them all, pretty well all the relevant issues for you to consider one way or the other. So I think that was useful. Just a reminder that the analysis that's been done by Martin Jenkins suggests that in terms of dollars and cents, there's not a lot in it in the first 10 years between the two options. And that analysis indicates that longer term beyond that, there should be some what are called efficiencies around CapEx and OpEx that start to show themselves with a multiple council CCO option over standalone. But again, it is an analysis and there are assumptions and it's a model. The test for DIA, in terms of getting our water services delivery plan over the line, is that we put up a credible option that shows that we can be financially sustainable from 1 July 2028. And there's a number of measures under that that we have to show, but it does include affordability as well. So there is a consideration around that. As you know, to try and put up a valid standalone business unit option, we have reworked the LTP work program and are suggesting today that you essentially endorse a revised program that puts ahead some projects that are around compliance and regulatory compliance ahead of potentially some other projects which are different to your LTP. We've also factored in the proposed wastewater standards, and of course they are only proposed at this stage, and so we have taken out some money that was otherwise allocated to improvements, particularly in a couple of wastewater schemes, that if those standards stay the same, we don't necessarily have to spend. Now, that's not necessarily consistent with potentially the community or the iwi submissions you've received, but it is essentially the level that we are trying to provide this plan to you at. So I guess just be aware of those couple of changes. That leaves us with a budget that is around $21 million per year of investment in waters. Just in context, this year we have delivered, I think it's 28 million. So in terms of the actual overall delivery, it's workable, but it's more this affordability argument that we're trying to spread out the costs as best we can. So with that, I guess, comes a degree of risk in that it influences to some extent our debt headroom as we go forward. And if anything untoward pops up, you'll have to consider the priorities around the council on those other aspects, because we essentially are trying to commit to this waters plan. As you're aware, we had a conversation around East and West partners, and there's been conversations going on between Tauranga City Council, Western Bay and Rotorua Kawerau Poriki particularly. The preference appears to be around the east and continuing that conversation, mainly for a number of reasons. And I think it's relevant to note what they are, because there is the financial component, which, as I have said, is for the first 10 years there's not a lot in it. And so it is about the relationships that we know and that we have, and who do we feel most comfortable working with in the longer term, as much as anything. So the resolutions reflect the ongoing conversations that we are having with Rotorua, Kawerau and Poriki in particular, and I guess seek to continue that conversation as we go. So in summary, where we get to is, for the purposes of our water services delivery plan, we don't have firm partners, so we will need to prepare that on the basis that we are standalone in the meantime and continue along those lines, and the modelling that we are doing is on that basis, with the additional resolutions to continue the conversations with particularly Rotorua, Poriki and Kawerau to look to move towards a multiple CCO in time, assuming the benefits are there and it works for all of us. So we've got this 1 July 2028 deadline. We have to be up and operating with a financially sustainable model by that stage. So that's the basis. The water services delivery plan will reflect the standalone option. The implementation plan that sits alongside it will show the journey around the conversations with those other councils. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, David. One question: is there any virtue in having a conversation with Tai Rāwhiti, or are we ruling that out? Or?
No, we're not ruling it out. I think the conversations to date have been firmer with Rotorua, Poriki and Kawerau, and the resolution, I think, does reflect any other councils that are like-minded. So, yeah, we've certainly not been exclusive.
Councillor Tanshos.
Thank you. Thanks, David. There's a bit been made about the potential to save some costs by sharing and collaborating, even though retaining standalone units. And I can't recall if the report that we had addressed that. Do you have any thoughts about whether there are any significant savings to be made in that by doing that?
Yeah, so there was a conversation probably a little while ago now, particularly with the Poriki and Kawerau, around specifically, I guess it was a shared service type approach. Those conversations, yes, there was some opportunity, but it was pretty limited. It didn't really make a difference in terms of this whole financial sustainability argument. Yeah. So it was about sharing resources as needed, perhaps a little bit of procurement, but not really great savings.
Thank you.
Sorry, the Mayor of Tauranga City Council made an issue of, or spoke about the fact that most water providers around the country are all using different software tools, and that seems to be like one obvious place where there could be some harmonisation. So that sort of surprised me, because I mean we're all delivering water. Other questions for David? Any others? None? Okay. The new recommendations we're putting them up again, which I believe we're all on the same page on. Councillor Tanshos.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if staff have seen these recommendations before now, just to make sure we've covered everything off that we need to.
Yes, we have, Councillor. As was mentioned earlier, it's not changing the substance, it's just changing the emphasis of the recommendations. And so, yeah, we went through them this morning.
All right, we're going to move them all together. Mover, councillor James, seconder, councillor Isles. There is any discussion on this? It's been a long road. And this present government's got another year. There's a relentless push to put us all together. Well, we have to work in that direction, and that's what we're doing. I guess I've got issues with models and their accuracy, and as David said, there's not a lot between the two versions at the moment, at least. And by doing what we're doing, we get a chance to see, because first cabs off the rank are probably TCC and Western Bay, which are match made in heaven. I mean, they're joined at the pipe. It's like one big blob. So if anybody can make it work, they can. And if it looks like a success, then well, that's like a pilot run. So I think I'm comfortable with where we're at. Councillor Puller.
Thank you, Worship. I think, all the stuff we talk about is pretty eye-watering, but I think we need to recognise that we're not going to build it all at once, and it'll be staged, and that's how we can manage it in-house, I think. And so that's something to look forward to.
Yeah. Councillor House.
Thank you. I thought it was just worth putting on the record for people who are watching, just a sense of the changes that we made to the recommendations here, which is that, as David has said, in the immediate future, we're going to have a ring-fenced. We're going to have our own standalone provision of water services, whatever happens. There's certain legislative requirements that we have to do to ring-fence the funding and all that kind of thing. So we're going to do that, and we've said that. We'll continue to investigate the option of a shared council-controlled organisation with Kawerau, Opotiki and Rotorua Lakes District, but that we want to see some validation that the savings from scale can be achieved. So I just wanted to put on record.
No, that's a good thing to do. Thank you very much for that. Any more comments? None? Yes, Councillor Mornington.
Yes, just a comment, please, if I may. Just to acknowledge the work done by our staff, by Bevan and David and Stephen, in preparing us through, some of these changes and very fast-paced government pieces of legislation, some that weren't even written yet, to get us to this point. And to have it in such a succinct way and explain to us so that we're able to actually see the options clearly and be confident in how we work out together what's the best one for our communities. So even though it's been hard out, the opportunities still exist within the plan for us to strengthen the relationships that we have, as you've identified in the risk assessment, with those that we're working together to find a better solution. And I'm glad that we get the opportunity with the in-house unit being looked at, that we get to ensure we do have the best decision made for all of our communities, all of our smaller rural communities, that will help lead them, whatever the water CCO looks like, that we've advocated strongly for them to be able to make sure that their plan is clear. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Then I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. Next item is the... Whakatane District Council proposed fees and charges, schedule page 51.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sarah Ellis was supposed to be at the table today to present this, but she's online because her child has COVID, so she's in quarantine. But I believe she should be online. In fact, that's probably her joining right now, so she can talk through the paper. Thank you.
Sarah Stewart, is it?
It was going to be Sarah Ellis, but I see Sarah Stewart's here. Let me just find out. Is she coming in? There she is. Thank you, Sarah. Whenever you're ready. Fees and charges, Sarah Ellis, thank you.
Sorry, I was just having a few audio problems.
Thank you, Sarah.
I was just going to, kia ora koutou. Oh, sorry.
Charges, Sarah Ellis, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I was,
Muted.
and apologies
Can't
for
hear you,
being
Sarah.
online and not being, sorry.
It's at our end.
I was just going to, kia ora koutou. Sorry, charges, Sarah Ellis, thank you. I'm just getting a lot of feedback, so I'm just going to try and put my headphones in.
Is it at our end or their end?
Their end.
Is it? Okay.
Apologies, is that better?
No. Can Sarah Ellis try just to make sure it is at that end, not this end, please?
Are you able to hear me now?
Can't hear either, so it must be this end.
Can you hear me okay?
Let me know if we want to go to the next paper.
Yeah, shall we jump to the next page? I'll come back to it.
Okay.
The next three are all with this team, so we may have to jump forward quite a few and then come back, or if they can flick me what they were going to say, I'll just say it from here. So hold on a moment.
Okay. Well, because the rates resolution goes with the... Oh, we can take why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Oh, I can do it now, I've got my script, so either way, don't mind. Okay. So Sarah Stewart also can't be here today because she's recently had surgery and is not allowed to travel because she might have an aneurysm or something. So she was going to say, before handing over to the individual report writers, she wanted to just highlight the interconnections between the next three reports. So the first of which is the fees and charges, which, as you know, are adopted each year in line with the annual plan or the long-term plan. And back when we were doing the long-term plan, it was agreed that going forward, each year there would be an inflationary adjustment made to fees and charges to make sure that we didn't fall behind and that the proportion of user pays fees would remain consistent. There are just a few exceptions, but we can go through those. The paper does detail those. The second report is the draft annual plan. So, as you know, we received your direction back in March around the budget, and this paper presents your recommendation that we go out with an 11.7% rates increase for the next financial year, which is down 1% from what was put forward in the long-term plan 24-34. The draft annual plan that is attached to that paper is only in its content form, not in its final design form, but it does include obviously all of the budget for next year, and it highlights the key work programme that Council's planning to carry out next year. And then the third paper that kind of completes the bundle is the rates resolution paper. So provided that you are prepared to adopt the annual plan subject to minor edits by the Chief Executive, we would seek your resolution to strike the rates in that third paper that Bevan and Justin have prepared. So that's sort of an overview of how the papers connect together, and maybe Sarah Ellis is now back on to talk about the detail of the fees and charges paper. But if not, we can essentially take it as read.
Can you hear me now?
Doesn't
No,
look like we've got sound.
No.
Okay.
So most of the fees and charges have just been adjusted for inflation, right?
That's right,
That's a fairly routine kind of thing.
Yep. There were just a few exceptions. I'm just bringing them up. So hang on, here we go. Yes, so Burl inflation adjustments were made. Those are the recommended ones per activity group. The exceptions were where a special consultative procedure is required in the case of the building resource consents, which will come into effect in November. So that one is slightly different, but we've received advice that that's how we should do it. We should adopt the preliminary fees at this point so that by the time they come in, David can explain if necessary.
Yeah, no, so some fees are required to go through a special consultative process before they can be increased. We're not going through that process this time. The reference to the November date is actually around building fees, which will come in because of increases in fees for Alpha 1, which is our processing system under building. So I don't know if that helped.
The Deputy Mayor has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And good morning, ladies. And hi, Lainey. I'm down the end there. I'm not sure you can answer this question. I'm on page 52 looking at the addition of the boat wash charges. And, you know, this has been a work, no problem with it being added to the schedule. It's been a work in progress. I'm just wondering, what is the cost of keeping this facility working versus the number of people who use it? As someone who is a regular down there and can see it from my deck, it has absolute minimal use. I think I've seen one, aside from a council test truck.
We can come back with a fulsome report to one of the committees outlining the usage if you want.
And the return cost-benefit
Yeah.
analysis
Yeah.
of its continued upgrade, because it was out of action for 2 years, effectively. Yeah. Thank you. And I had a second question, but I can wait.
Sure, it appears that our presenters might have voice now, so do we want to try it?
Sure.
Hello?
Anything I've missed, Sarah Ellis, on the fees and charges paper?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very
quiet. Fantastic. Sorry, everyone. Morena koutou. So just one thing I would like to bring to everyone's attention is on page 95 of the agenda, the shower for the aquatic centre has a strike through on the $2. This should be on the $2.50. So it's been confirmed that the shower is $2. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. That is a error in that. Yeah, and any other questions I'm happy to answer.
I've got one on page 66, the high hazard boundary device. It seems to have gone down. Is that, can you just explain that? High hazard boundary device?
Yes, so when the review was undertaken, here's Michael. I'll actually let him answer to that. Thank you, Michael.
Kia ora, and thanks for the question. Exactly what Sarah's about to say. When we undertook the review, Council in the past had approved our boundary devices at point of supply, and based on that ongoing contract that's been and program that's been happening over the last 2 years and going forward over the next 3, we've been able to secure these devices at a lot lower cost than installing them individually. So that's dramatically reduced the high and medium hazards for those components.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dennis?
Just 2 questions. Going back to that shower at the aquatic centre, are you saying it's now cheaper than it was?
No, so the price has always been $2, and when undertaking the review, there were 2 prices listed in the schedule that, so as they appear in front of you, there's $2 in one column
Yep.
and $2.50 in another column. So in that review and speaking with the Aquatic Centre staff, it's charged at $2. It's on our website as $2, but the wrong one was struck out. So unsure why there was two prices listed in the schedule, but during that QA process, I can confirm it's $2.
So the new price is $2.
The price hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you.
That's the existing
Okay,
price.
thank you. Can we go to page 101, where the charge-out rates for the various fields, playing fields? I noticed in there that the Whakatane Town Football Association for the season of summer pay $462, but the Eastern Bay Cricket Club for the season of winter, or whenever they play cricket, is $3,694. Why is it such a massive difference? I probably got told last year, but I need reinforming.
Okay. I can help with that if I may.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Worship. The summer season is a very short season. It's like summer soccer, so it only starts in December and we play through to probably February. You'll find that we also, if you go down somewhere there, we pay for an annual season, which is further up the page, of 2309, which is our full season, which represents the same as what the cricket does for the summer season.
Okay.
So the summer soccer is only a short period of time in the summer, on one day a week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Also on page 101, last year, this is on F, Warren Park, that was missed off, so it's good to see it on there, but that should be the Central Bay of Plenty Hockey Trust as a narrative for the ground rent of $923. So it's just for someone to add that in, just blank. Thanks.
Thank you.
We will make that adjustment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Looks like we're out of questions, so can I have a mover and we'll take all of these recommendations together. There's no reason to separate them as far as I can see, unless somebody wants to in particular, but I'm happy to take them together. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Deputy Mayor, seconder, Councillor Puller. Any discussion on that? No, pretty routine. All right, all those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. We are now on section 10.3, page 120. It's the annual plan 2025-2026 adoption. Elliot. Thank you for running us through.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning. We are presenting Council with the content of the annual plan, and this takes, and we take that as received and read. The purpose of the paper is to adopt the contents of the annual plan and to meet the Council's legislative obligation under Section 95 of the Local Government Act 2002 to adopt an annual plan by the 30th of June. So a bit of quick background. The annual plan allows us to have minor variation to our long-term plan, and it provides the annual budget and funding impact statement for the year. As it's known, Council is in an operating deficit for 2025 and 26, as forecast in our long-term plan, meaning we are continuing to borrow annually to meet our operational costs. The process of the annual plan meant Council has gone through budgeting that was over the December to March period, and it's allowed reviewing the average rates for 2025-26 based on what was said in our year 2 of the long-term plan. And then, as Laney alluded to earlier, the Council decision was made on to deliver a budget that reduced our average rates to 11.7%, down from the 12.7%, and the remainder of the savings were applied to our annual operating deficit. That was on 20 March 2025. And then, due to no significant changes that we had from the long-term plan, that meant we did not consult. And again, as Laney alluded to, we'd like to note that we are presenting to you with the contents to adopt, and that a published version is required under the Act as well to be made available 1 month after adoption, and so that work has currently been undertaken as well. happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Elliot. Any questions for Elliot? No? Okay. Yes, councillor Dennis?
Just make sure I'm in the right agenda. It's page 152.
The paper starts on 120. But
120, so 152?
Yeah.
Or you're going through it page by page? Pardon?
No, you can go ahead.
We talked about closing the operating deficit on page 152. And it puts a whole lot of facts and figures in there, etc. Shortening the term to 10 years, 59.3 million, etc. We're saving around 29 million, and the gap loans are now almost 10 million lower than expected. Can you explain to me with all that, what is the deficit at the moment? I know it was meant to be 14.4 million at the moment. Well, it was meant to be as of the end of June. Are we still 14.4 million down?
I can respond to that one. So the starting point, i.e. the bottom of the iceberg, was the 14 million.
Yep.
We've come up, and I think we're sitting at about 8.9 as opposed to 9 point something. So that's where we've applied the savings through this annual plan process. But over the whole lot, I think we've reduced it from about 54 million down to 40 million. Sorry, 59.
So if the deficit this year is 14.4 and next year was meant to be 12.7, I think it was, so you're now saying it's lower than 14.4 as of the end of June? And
much lower as of now. So as I said before, the very lowest point on the iceberg, the 14.4, was the annual plan 2024.
Yes.
That was what started the story with the community and developing the long-term plan. So year one of the long-term plan was the 12.7. Year two, which we're in setting the annual plan for now, was 9 point something.
Yep.
We've reduced that to 8 point something.
8.3, I think it is, eh?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just trying to find one more page here, which I can't find. Maybe if someone else wants to ask a question.
Yeah, I will go to the Deputy Mayor while you get your page.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm on page 153, which is the content part of the annual plan, and I'm just looking at deferred work and Kepa Road improvements. And I was wondering, I thought after the Kepa Road and the Pirapai Coastlands Group presented to us, we were going to readdress or reprioritise something there. I'm not sure who to answer that question to.
Yeah, I mean, that presentation was last week.
Yes.
So, yeah.
This was written before then, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the intention was to bring you a report to the next IPC committee. The reality is, there is no allocated budget essentially to do that, so it was to propose options around that. So I think for the purposes of the annual plan, it's not in. It would be something you would consider with that report down the track, and it might be a pathway to do something excuse the pun, over time, or maybe an option around funding for next year, but that's the report. That's what the report will cover off.
I think if I was the community that had presented that to us, that would send a red flag to them. Is it possible we could go pop that into the continuation at a reviewed budget or something? Because otherwise they feel like they've completely wasted coming. And I appreciate this was prepared before we heard from them.
Yeah, I think just to be clear too, the reference to the Kepa Road improvements there was a much bigger project.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the $4 million, So I think what we heard last week was more around the pathway, wasn't it? Only.
Yeah, and we saw funding through the RTC for that, which we didn't get.
Yeah.
And anyway, it was linked to the boat harbour, so.
So it's a different project. I guess what we're talking about now, what we'll bring back to you, to that project that's referred to there.
Okay, I totally get that, but I think some communication might need to be done out to that group, that when they read it in the annual plan, that they realise that there could be some reconsideration because it's a different scope.
So after you had the presentation the other day, we met with them for a good half hour or plus and developed a bit of a plan going forward. So that group themselves are aware, and it included communications out to the broader group.
I think we could start by filling some of the potholes under just business as usual, because that can't be too difficult.
Just through the chair, may I respond and confirm the action point there, that the annual plan team could additionally advise that group that
When they see it in the annual plan.
that it's a deliberate decision, that it's not in the annual plan, but there is acknowledgement that there is a pathway going forward. We can do that.
Councillor James, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Worship. Didn't we also, from that delegation, ask if staff could bring a report back to infrastructure and planning?
Yes, that's what we do. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's still on track. Thank you.
Councillor Dennis, have you found your place?
Just in regard to the time it takes to pay the deficit back, with all these savings we've been able to make and paying back 1.2 out of some savings to percent, how long is it going to now take us to pay the deficit off? Where it was, I think, 6 or 7 years, has it now been reduced to 4?
The plan was agreed with the community to do that over 6 years. We will look at making incremental changes or reductions to the operating deficit where we can, but it hasn't gone as far as forecasting the next 5 years because there's far too many assumptions built into that. The more you can apply to the operating deficit, the quicker you can obviously repay it, but that hasn't been forecasted through this annual plan process.
So we're still looking at 6 years?
At this stage, yeah. It'll be less, but the time frame's probably still the same.
Okay, I've got another question on page 218. It talks about operational reserves, and in there it talks about Galatea reserve development, roading capital contributions, etc. But it also talks about sale of Bennett Block. Are we looking at selling Bennett Block under operational reserves on page 218? Or is that money set aside to sell it or to develop it?
I don't know the answer to that question right at the minute. I have had a conversation about the status of Bennett Block and Alexandra Pickles, who she's sick today. She does have the background on that, and I can't quite remember, and I don't want to give the wrong information out, so I am happy to get Alex to pull together an email and circulate that to councillors on the status of the Bennett Block.
I would be interested because I attended the Coastlands Pirapai Collective last night, and they are looking for places to put pump bike tracks and all that sort of stuff, and it would be interesting to find out what we're doing at Bennett Block and how it could be utilised for the benefit of the locals out there. Thank you.
I guess it would be fair to say that the process of looking for savings never ends, so although we've found some so far, we'll continue to look. There might be projects that can be the scope change, have their scopes changed or something, but we should continue our efforts in that area. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. Just harking back to the Bennett Block, I mean, that came into being basically from the dredgings from the river, and the idea being in past trienniums that was going to be developed into a sports playground, rugby fields, etc. That was the intent of it back in its day.
Yeah, my understanding is it's probably not suitable for that, but as I said, I can't quite remember the exact detail of the conversation, but we'll pull together an email and circulate it around to councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Tanshos.
Thank you. I was just going to come back to Councillor Dennis's questions around the operating deficit and the debt associated with it, because it's something that continues to worry me a great deal. And I'm just looking at the issue around the revaluation of the roading assets and the depreciation associated with it. I know this did come up, I think, when I was overseas. I remember seeing something, but I can't recall. Could you just explain to us the impact of that on the operating deficit and the debt associated in terms of how quickly we can get on top of that?
So this came up because of trying to get ahead of the next annual report process, the audit process. So every 3 years we must revalue our infrastructure assets. We've staggered ours so that we don't do all of our infrastructure assets at once. So Three Waters was done 2 years ago, and this year it was Transport's turn. So it's usually revalued at 30 June to go into the annual report. We brought it forward to 30 April to get ahead of the annual report process and ensure, we could sign that off with audit. In the past, where we've undertaken or got an external provider to deliver these revaluations, they've come with tags identifying we needed to do some more work in componentising and understanding the condition of our bridges and our structures, and then also nationally there's been a massive look at our resurface, the value of our surfaces and the life of surface based on some of the condition of our state highway networks. So we've built a lot of internal resource and capability in the transport team, and so they've undertaken a lot of work over the last couple of years to identify and componentise our bridges, assess them, assess remaining useful life, same with all of our structures. And so this year we undertook the revaluation internally and have had that peer reviewed by a consultant rather than the other way around. So what's happened is our values have increased significantly in the order of 30% because of these findings, and as a result of largely the surface having a reduced life across the country, that's increased the subsequent depreciation by 60-odd%. So we've got this additional depreciation expenditure item, which is non-cash, impacting the P&L. So the next bit is, what is the impact of that on the deficit? So yes, it does increase the deficit if you're not going to raise revenue to offset it. When you think about legislation and what councils can do around the levels of depreciation they fund, there is a lot of choice that we have. So there's no legislation that says you have to fund 100% of the depreciation. So when we consider what is the impact of this from a cash perspective and our ability to replace and renew our assets over the next 2 years or the remainder of this LTP, there's zero impact, right? So when we think about when all the cost escalations hit us, that was in 2024, post-COVID, which started that whole operational deficit. So a lot of those cost escalations and impact of that have been factored into our roading program for the next 3 years. So funding any more depreciation at this point isn't going to help us deliver more, because we've already set aside the budget to deliver what we needed to do, and we've got an agreed program with Waka Kotahi, and you heard this morning that there's no more funding from Waka Kotahi to give us more money over the next 2 years or remainder of the LTP. So from a financial prudence and affordability perspective, we don't think, or my advice is that we don't need to fund that additional $3 million of depreciation, and it's only the local share component of it, because Waka Kotahi will fund the balance up to your funding assistant rate. We don't need to, because we've already got a committed program. and the cash set aside to deliver that, or the funding set aside to deliver that. So we will need to review it in the next long-term plan. But I would like to call out that that does have an impact on our balanced budget prudence measures and our essential services prudence measures. I agree that the operating deficit is a significant challenge that we need to get on top of, and I'd like to make sure we do a solid piece of work on that post-election and setting ourselves up for the next long-term plan. We're not alone in that space. We hosted the Bay of Plenty CFO forum last week here, and every council's in the same position. And so we're talking about how do we quantify the operating deficit, because each council does it differently. There's non-cash, non-operating type items, and so we just want to do a bit of work so that we're all consistent. So when across the Bay of Plenty we're talking about operating deficit and how we can get out of it, we're all talking from the same song sheet, so to speak.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So what I've understood you say is that the revaluations and the increased depreciation rate really has no impact for the term of this long-term plan. But if we don't fund it, does it bake in significant increases into the next long-term cycle?
There'll be need to be a conversation around the level of depreciation we fund, and there is a conversation that we work through at a finance level through every LTP and through every annual plan. So we're looking at what's our upcoming renewal expenditure. So depreciation, as a sector, we fund it, we put it to a depreciation reserve, then we fund renewal expenditure out of it. A lot of councils do things differently, so not everybody funds depreciation to a same level across the sector. Some councils fund depreciation to the level of your long-run average replacement costs, and they'll look at sort of 10, 30-year time frame and go, over these 30 years, we plan to renew this level of infrastructure, and therefore we'll fund depreciation to that level, which is sort of flat line. So it's a tool that we have in our sort of toolbox to allow us to make sure we're funding appropriately for renewal expenditure, but also considering affordability and financial prudence and the impacts on the ratepayer. So what's always useful is to consider, what is the cash impact? And if we already have a funded program, including the renewals, and we can't move that because of the funding arrangements with Whakatane, we consider it low risk that we don't fund it this remaining 2 years of it.
Thank you.
I mean, with respect to the valuations, would it be fair to say that there's a lot of latitude in that number? There's many different methodologies for valuing something, and I know that you said we're going to get a peer review, but I bet you that if we got 6 different people to estimate the values by different methodologies, we would get quite a spread of numbers. So it is a little bit. In fact, we put that issue to audit themselves, and they admitted that they're essentially guesses. So there might be something we can do in that. You could get a house valued, you get a whole bunch of numbers, and there'd be a range. So.
You're right.
Councillor Dennis, I think, was next, and then...
Thank you, Mayor Luca, and I just ask for your indulgence as I go back to this deficit, because I keep losing my page and it's really difficult to work what I've written. Just on the bottom line on page 186, where it talks about our overall surplus and deficit before tax, on the left, just that one line, on the left-hand line, left-hand column, it talks about 7,321 surplus that we had planned for in the annual plan, correct, for the end of 2024-25?
In the annual plan 24.
Yep.
Yep.
So we had planned for a surplus, but then if you go into the second column, it says it actually came out as a $5,260,000 deficit, correct?
Yep.
So then when we did the LTP for 2025 forward, it actually came to 8,057,000. So what's the difference between the 5,260,000 and the 8 million for the same period? For the next, that's the following year, is it?
Yes.
So that's as for 25-26, correct?
So the LTP 25 is the current year that we are in now.
Yep.
So that's year one.
8 million.
Yep.
Okay. So then if you go over to the other side of the wording, and it talks about annual plan 2026, the first column was 3,579,000 as part of the LTP for 2026, 2027. It's next year.
No.
How come we've then in the second column got $11 million? Is that we're projecting that we're actually going to do worse off next year and the deficit's going to grow in the annual plan?
Yes.
So where you talked about we're going to reduce the deficit, we're actually going to lose out.
This is where the muddiness around operating deficit comes from. So in this particular financial report, or the Statement of Comprehensive Revenue and Expense, it requires you to put in capital expenditure revenue, but no actual expenditure in relation to the CapEx. So it's not a true assessment of operating deficit from a cash perspective, because it's got a whole bunch of capital income in there as well. So this is where the piece of work, I think, around getting consistency around how we present an operating deficit for the council and for the community so that it's clearly understood is really important.
So you have full confidence in the 2026 annual plan that we won't be $11 million in deficit, because we thought we were making savings and we're reducing it all the time. You think that that deficit figure will be less?
If you go to the next line, it'll be much less, because we've got this big, massive revaluation. Which is, again, non-cash, right? So there's a bunch of things in there that are non-cash type items. So depreciation and amortization, for example. You've got revaluation gains and losses. So those, whilst they impact your absolute bottom line, from a cash perspective, that's really what we're interested in. And government's had a number of different attempts at trying to make this more readable, more transparent for the reader, and so they created the funding impact statement in 2012, and required all councils to report on the same way, but that excluded things like depreciation. So yeah, that's where it's really important to get some consistency, so that we're talking from right.
We'll then get back to the left-hand figure for 2026, which is 3,579,000 deficit. Once you've, the variance on the right-hand side of 7.732 million, that'll be the variance, that'll bring us back to 3,579,000, or are you saying it goes the other way?
The annual plan we're adopting is based on the AP annual plan 2026, which has the 11.3 deficit, and then if that statement carries on to the next page as well, where you're including the impact of your revaluation. So it's a $28 million surplus in terms of total comprehensive revenue and expense.
Can I offer a point of clarification as well, in case members of the public aren't clear, that the year along the top is always the last, it's the end. So 24 means the financial year beginning in 23, and 26 is the financial year beginning on the 1st of July this year, just to make sure everyone understands that.
So we're saying in 2025 to 26, on that's page 186, the bottom figure would be 28 million in surplus.
Yes, that carries on to the next page. That statement flows across 2 pages. Yes.
So we'll be out of deficit. Next.
No.
Thank you. I'll leave it alone, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Boynton.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I had a question on the same page in regards to personnel costs. So when you look at the left-hand side at 26.8 and then 29.3 for 2025, by the time we get to the end of 2026, we're looking at 32.8 million. And I thought year 2 we weren't going to be employing any more staff. 4 million between the end of this year, the previous year and 2026 doesn't look that great. What's happening there that estimation is so great? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've had salary increases of around 4 or 5% over the last 2 years. So that's probably the main driving factor in that. We did add staff in the first in the LTP year 1.
Mm-hmm.
There was an addition of, I can't remember, but there were an additional whatever it was staff, about 11, something like that. Year 2, we've gone to 0 FTE. So I imagine that most of that cost is wrapped up in higher costs for salaries, and that in year 1 of the LTP we added around 10, 11 staff.
Gosh, thank you for that. I had a second question, if that was all right, Your Worship. Just going to page 183, 184, the start of the financial statements. Considering we've just received our Fitch credit rating as being a AA, is it worthwhile putting that in here, or is that something you would put in an annual report? Because I would have thought a statement reflecting an external assessor's
creditworthiness,
saying that we can manage this. Yeah, is it worthwhile to do that, or not appropriate?
Yeah, we could put that in.
Okay.
Has it been reviewed and confirmed yet? They were going through a review process, hey?
Yeah, they were, and then they did this media release.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we projected that we were going to remain where we were, so. Councillor Boynton.
Hi, yes, mine was just really on one of the text part. I was on page 17 regarding the superannuation for employees, and I just wanted to ask if the calculations have been done regarding the increase in the contribution to KiwiSaver with the new legislation being passed.
Yes, it should have. So, and sorry, what page were you on?
217, it's more the statement. Am I on the right page? It's the one that talks about
Employee entitlements.
Employee entitlements.
217.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our team's pretty good at keeping up to speed with all of the legislation changes.
Okay. Now, can I ask one more question? Just a small one. On page 221, with the rates affordability table, it just looks a little bit confusing there because it's got rates affordability and then it's got the years. It's just there of 2026, and then it's got 2026 again and 13% and 14%. So I'm just wondering, so that's the revenue, because I know we're saying that it's 11.75% that we're going up for interest rate, but yeah, it just seems a bit confusing when you look at that page, that's all, visually.
Yeah, so that page outlines just a summary of the financial prudence benchmarks. It's comparing what we're proposing in the annual plan against the long-term plan for the same year. So your 14% was your total change, but remember we were working through this net of growth component in the LTP. So the 12.7
Yeah.
is the net of growth. So the total was 14%, and that's the balance was to be funded by new growth and new development in the district. So the 13% again is total, and the net of growth comes to your 11.7%, which is what we're communicating as the rates we're aiming to set.
Okay, no, thank you. And just referring to Lainey's point about the explanations in the tables, like, will that be in the booklet itself, just to explain that the financial year is from the 1st of July to the following year? I'd just have that note, because I'm just visually with Barno, if they're looking through that and they see the years, they're going to see next year. They're not going to know that that year began in 2025, that financial year. And so visually, if they scanned across, saw those interest rates and thought, oh, all of this is happening next year, just wondered if it would help just to have that little asterisk or thing, that financial year, or even in the beginning. Thank you.
Elder. Well, there are no further questions. I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Puller moves, Councillor Tanshos seconds it. We'll take them all together as any debate. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I can't support recommendation 2 for the same reason I couldn't support it back in March. I think, if anything, the economic climate has got worse per household, and for that very reason I stick by, I would have rather seen that 2% reduction go off rates rather than the split of 1% off the operational deficit.
So we can still take them together, you'll just not vote on, okay, all right. Any other commentary or discussion? No? I'll call the vote. All those in favour? Against?
I want to be noted against, please, and I want to make a statement as to why I voted against.
Sure.
I didn't realise we're in debate, sorry. I originally voted yes for the drop of 2.2% and having 1.2% go off the deficit and 1 to go off the rates. But I've noticed over the last couple of months that we've actually not progressed any further, and I've looked at a number of councils around the country, Wanganui and Hawke's Bay and Whakamari the last week, Hamilton the last week. They have continually worked down their rates by continually meeting, looking line by line and cutting things out. And I know this is a 3-year long-term plan, but because of the state of the nation, recessions and all that sort of stuff, they've continued to work at it. We looked at that 2.2 and said, yeah, that's really good. But then we sat back and folded our arms and let it go. And yet we haven't met that often since then. We've had plenty of opportunity to keep reworking it, bringing it down. Regional councils just announced a massive rate drop from what they're projecting to have just this morning. And so I'm going to vote no, because I think we should have kept working at it to see if we'd get it lower than 11.7%. So I'm voting no, thank you.
Are there any others? No? I'll call the vote again then. All those in favour? Aye. Against? So there's 2 against. All right, thank you. Report 10.4, page 222. It's the rates resolution which flows on from the previous, fairly automatic. Would you like to speak to it, Bevan? Or?
I think Lainey covered it off quite well at the start, how connected all these 3 reports were. There's a specific order you need to do this one in. It needs to come after you've adopted the annual plan. So This is a representation of the funding impact statement in resolution form. So the funding impact statements included in the annual plan document, and then this is the individual rates that we're aiming to strike or proposing we strike to collect the revenue.
Questions? None. I'll call for mover and seconder. Mover, Deputy Mayor, seconder, Councillor O'Brien. Discussion, probably there isn't any, I imagine, so let's put it to the vote. All those in favour? The whole lot. Against?
Yep, against.
Yep. All right. The last paper probably before we move into public excluded and head to lunch is the property delegation process, which is pretty operational paper, page 234. Vanessa, welcome. It's all
Thank
yours.
you. Okay. So this paper is very administrative. In the LTP, you approved a budget of $1 million for property acquisitions. This paper seeks a formal delegation to enable the Chief Executive to make the decision to use that property fund and purchase property, but in very limited circumstances. So it's only when there is real urgency and there's a real risk that council would lose the opportunity to purchase if we went through the full process. And we have amended the proposal following the feedback in the briefing to require that the Mayor first be consulted before that decision is made. There are a few safeguards that we've included in here. So one is just a very narrow focus of it. It's only that budget that was included in the LTP. We must follow it up with a paper to council, setting out why it was done, so that there's that transparency for elected members. As I said before, the Mayor must be consulted beforehand. And if council decided down the track that actually you're no longer comfortable with it, it would be open to elected members to decide that actually you were going to withdraw that that delegation in the future. You could make a resolution to change the position. If it is approved, we will then amend the property policy, and I know we've talked about that before. So just to note that policy, it's quite a new policy. We only adopted it in June 2023, but it had a very short review period on it. So we are working into that now, and we will update that policy to reference this fund as well, just so it's all consistent. But I'll pass that back to the Chair for any questions.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions for Vanessa? Councillor Dennis.
So we're talking $1 million per annum.
Yes, that was what was included in the LTP.
So that's going to keep building. So if we don't use it, it's going to end up being 10 million at the end of the LTP.
That would be dealt with the usual processes as to whether you let it roll over or not. Carry forward.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
it would come, if it's not used, it would come through the usual carry forward process, so you could choose not to carry it forward. It doesn't have to build up.
So depending on successive years, you could either continue to build it for 10 million or you could just do a cap of 1 million.
Yes.
Yeah, I find that a little bit strange in the current circumstances because I would have thought that given what's happening around the place and listening to the community, that we do 500,000 of the first year, 500,000 of the second, and then cap it. Because if it's that urgent, 500,000 would be enough to put a deposit down on something, and then the person could come and see us. Or I just think that for us to have a fund like that sitting around while people are struggling to pay their rates, I just think it's a little bit.
So we wouldn't be able to just use it to pay the deposit. You need to be able to, the purpose of the fund is to be able to commit to the purchase. And the only way that you can give a delegation to enable anybody other than full council to commit council to purchasing an asset is if it's included in the LTP. So you need to budget the full purchase price in your LTP to be able to give that delegation to anyone, otherwise you can't. So that's why it's for a full purchase price, and 500,000 would probably be quite rare for it to be enough for a piece of property.
Would it help for Vanessa to provide an example of where the community's actually missed out because we haven't had this mechanism in place? Would it help?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we can't because it's not PX, sorry. Okay.
I've known in the past we bought properties, like when we bought the property opposite the roundabout to extend the roundabout, we were able to purchase that by calling an emergency council meeting. If we call emergency council meetings, we can do something, but just have $1 million sitting aside. And I appreciate that you would have it as a loan but not drawn down, so it wouldn't cost you anything to start with. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and speak to that one. So it's not a fund that's sitting there. It's a mechanism. So what you're saying is that you're allowing $1 million a year to be invested in strategic property. The funding side of it would be you're allowing a loan to be drawn down. So there's not money set aside or getting pulled for it.
But you're not also paying anything for that $1 million, but you're having the ability to draw it down.
Correct.
So there's no interest, there's no anything. It's not
there's
on the rates.
There's no cost.
It won't be on the rates until you draw it down.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
There certainly have been some examples which we don't need to go into where we've had to, for strategic reasons, do some things. So, yep. Tony?
Yes. So this is just really for the emergency mechanism itself. So if something does quickly come up that is within that range, that's what this mechanism is for.
Yes.
It doesn't it's not like a cap, that's all you're allowed to spend all year kind of thing, because any other decisions where there are other higher amounts, purchases that are in line with what we've got planned are ones that will come through to council.
Yes, I expect that almost all of our property purchases that we are required to make would still come through the usual processes. This is just for those really unusual situations where we have to make a quick decision or we're going to lose the opportunity to purchase it. And it may be that we go a year or two that we actually don't need it, but it's there if we do need it. We've got that mechanism in place.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Okay. Seconder, please. Councillor Dukes? I think we'll take them all together because they all belong together. So all those, any debate? No. All those in favour? Against? All right, thank you, folks. I need now a resolution to exclude the public. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Isles. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you, everybody. We're going to adjourn for lunch. Right on the button almost. All right. Probably half an hour, so we get back at 25 to 12 to 1.
Good, thanks.
two resolutions. Okay, so I'm just repeating the two resolutions from the previous section of the meeting, that council received the community ground rental proposal report, and the council confirms the report can be released to the public on the chief executive's approval once the lease agreements have been executed by all parties. Thank you. Yep, Councillor O'Brien, it's all yours.